Good morning. Today is the 17th of September 2025 and I'm going to go through levels I'm watching today. But before I start, we were going to look to see what news could affect the market, and as you can see, the big red news indicator on my screen, I'm not quite there because I say that I've just been restoring old indicators. So let's go to my main screen. That's where I've got the news as well. Anyway, the big news today is the Fomc, which is at 2 p.m. Obviously, you've got the FMC meeting, Fed press conference 2:30 as well. So these are the two times to be wary today. So we could see a big move in the market. But until then, we had building permits, housing starts at 8:30, and we saw a little bit of a move. Not much of a move from that, and then we've got oil coming in at 10:30. So if you're trading oil today, just be a bit wary. But the big one is at 2 p.m. today and 2:30 p.m. So just be wary of that if you're trading. We may have a little bit of a uneventful lead into that FOMC. So, yesterday was pretty uneventful as well. We had a pretty small, narrow range day. Let me just reload my pen. 1 second. For some reason, my pen is not loading properly, so I can't draw the rectangles in, but we'll wait for a second. So yesterday was a pretty narrow range day, and we're holding that yesterday's range at the moment. One thing that does stand out on this hourly chart as well is the head and shoulders, potential head and shoulders pattern. We've got this left shoulder, here's my pen, we've got that left shoulder, which I'm going to draw in now, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and our neckline is this yesterday's low area. You could even say all the way down to pre-market low, but we've got the point of control as well just above. We're coming into that now. Am I going to trade today? I think I do quite fancy a couple of levels I'm watching. The first one, I do quite like the rejection here. So we were looking at NQ. I should have gone on to the ES. That's what I was looking at last. I'll start with ES because that's the one I normally start with, and there's a more pronounced head and shoulders pattern here. So we've got this level we've been watching, which is highs of a few days ago, the lows of a couple of days ago. Happened to be the lows of yesterday as well, so hopefully somebody watched that and took that level. So that's an area we could watch again today for a bounce. We did poke through that area, but we didn't close below that area. But I do quite like this 66.75 area for the rejection. Going back to the inverse and the head and shoulders pattern, we've got our left shoulder, head, our right shoulder here. You could say all of this is the right shoulder. If you only look at regular market hours, then you're just seeing the left and right shoulder. So what I do quite like, what I'm watching for today is two rejections. We have broken this uptrend. I do quite like the 66.75 area for the rejection into that level, and we're still below that 50 moving average. So that'll be our confirmation. If we can get below yesterday's low, I do quite like it for the break and retest, and the break and retest of this head and shoulders pattern could be on the table today. However, be wary of 2 p.m. because we do have FOMC and we could see a big move from that. So just me, I won't be in any trades. I will use that volatility as a apex account pass. So what I do is I go long and short on ES and MES and only on my eval accounts. And assuming we get the big move as expected, then one of the accounts will blow, the other account will pass, and the blown account will be my throwaway account. There's 80% off at the moment, so it might be worth just topping up a couple of accounts just for that, which I'm going to do shortly. Use my code PBTrader and I get a little bit of a kickback, and you help support the channel as well. So looking at the levels, is there anything else I like today? We could still watch this area down here for about 66.40. We do have a volume shelf, so the two areas I like is that volume shelf there, which is not too far from pre-market low. So maybe we could watch that area for a bounce, but I do quite like areas of confluence. And we've got this volume shelf above exactly where that level of rejection point is I was talking about. So that's my favourite trade for today. I'm looking for a rejection up in yesterday's high area. So have a look, see. Obviously we're holding that area there. If we break through yesterday's high, come back and retest, I'll be looking potentially for a break and retest long, because that rejection will now be invalid, so that won't be on the cards. So we can keep an eye on this area for two trades. A rejection to go with the current hourly trend, or a break and retest long, and we could be looking to retest all-time highs again. And that's pretty much it. I do like days like today where we do have a few more levels we can play with. I think that's it. Let's just quickly flick over to the order flow to see if there's any clues what may happen when the market opens. Straight away, hopefully you saw this as well. We have this divergence. We've got increased price and we've got aggressive selling coming in. So there's a cumulative delta divergence there right now. What does that mean? That means that we are seeing a lot of aggressive selling. We're not seeing any more momentum from buyers, but the price is kind of going up. It's been going sideways actually. So this could act as a potential reversal area. This is where we then want to look at volume on the candlesticks and obviously the footprint charts to see whether absorbing the sellers up here. And you could say there's a bit of exhaustion from buyers. There's not much buying activity there, so that's an exhaustion candle. But then the next candle, we've got a lot of buying activity again. So if we could break the highs of that, then the buyers are back. You can see that on the cumulative delta down here as well. There's a big green delta candle as well. But we're looking for increase in volume. So you want to see volume increase, and we've got volume decreasing. We've got an increase in volume there. Look at this, big volume candle, but on a negative candle. So minus 489. More aggressive selling than buying on this candle. So we put in a new equal high there. But I said this is pre-market, and look at this. Now we just talked about this. We're seeing aggressive buying coming in now, and we're now this cumulative delta divergence, which was put in there. That's not quite right there, but we're now back in line. If we can put in a new high and close above that candle there. But if we're getting lots of aggressive buying coming in right now, but there's no more follow through, which is what we're seeing, then we know there's sellers up here absorbing the buyers, and that could be the reversal we were just talking about. So large orders, nothing really on the bid. 6,300, 62 and 60, so not much here. So it looks like somebody's getting ready for Fomc. Does this mean they're expecting it to sell off down to 63, 62 and 6,000? What are we at in the moment? We're at 6,600. I'm not sure, that might be a bit optimistic, but look at that. So it's nice to see these key numbers, and especially we're quite low down, so maybe that's an indicator of what could happen in Fomc later. So a big sell-off. So somebody's got orders sitting at those key areas, 6,000, 62 and 63,000. But like, remember, we're at 66,000 right now, so that'll be one hell of a sell-off if we get down there. That's it. There's not much really to look at apart from this little bit of delta. Look at this. We've got aggressive buying still coming in, but lacking the follow through right now. We want to see the same amount of follow through on the price candles than we do on the aggressive buying candles, but there's not at the moment. So flicking back to my main screen, let's just go through the other tickers and see what we can watch for today. So just a quick recap. ES, I'm looking at a potential inverse head and shoulders pattern. We could say that's our left shoulder, that's our head, this is our right shoulder. This could be our neckline. A previous level we've got marked up 666 or 66666, 6666. So I'm watching that area for the break and retest short. I'm watching this yesterday's high for the potential rejection. If we break that, then I'll look for the break and retest, and as rejections are off the table. That's the levels I'm watching. You could keep an eye on this area down here for a potential bounce into this volume shelf with these pivots, potential liquidity below as a stop area. SPY, you can see a more defined head and shoulders pattern there. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We've yet to break down below and close below. Look for the break and retest of 659, 660. So 659.20 area, that's the area to watch for the rejection. I talked about trend lines yesterday and how we were holding it. Up until yesterday we were holding it, and then pre-market and during the day we've broken. So you can see the trend lines now broken, same on ES. And look at this, head and shoulders pattern with the break, the retest of that trend line. I said keep an eye on that yesterday, hopefully you watched that part of the video. And then we're seeing the rejection down. So if you look for extra confirmation on these patterns, let's look for the break and retest short. That would be the break and retest of the head and shoulders pattern. One of my favourite patterns to watch for. In fact, there was a good one yesterday. Let me go into ES. I had a 2-hour losing day yesterday. It was a bit frustrating. And by the time I saw this pattern, I was done trading. But look at this for a great pattern. So I took a, what did I do? I took a short here when it would break and a retest. My stop was there, and I came out. I didn't like it, and I stopped myself out. In fact, it wasn't even a proper. I think I was a little bit late into it. I waited for the break of that candle down here, and when it came back up, I stopped myself out there. I just got out early. Didn't like that, and then later on, I took this break and retest. What did I do? It was this candle here. I went short there. It wasn't even part of my plan. And again, it stopped me out a bit later on today, but there was early warning signs. So I was watching this and I thought to myself, this is a head and shoulders setting up. We had our left shoulder, our head, and then by the time I was still in this trade from this area here, I was trying to play that downtrend, and then I was watching it and I said to myself, this looks like a head and shoulders pattern, inverse head and shoulders. We've got the left shoulder and the head, increase in volume as well. Look at that. That's a potential ending volume spike as well. And I was still short, and I should have come out with break even. And you know, sometimes you get into a trade, you get emotionally attached to it, and I said no, I'll stick with it. So I stuck with it, and it did actually stop me out up here somewhere. I think that's where it stopped me out. So that's my 2-hour loss for the day. And but the inverse head and shoulders played out. Look at this. So I was watching this area, was holding it, especially when I saw that put in a bottom tail. Straight away I thought that's a good head and shoulders. We had increase in volume as well on the breakout. So there's 2 entries you could have taken here. You could have taken this little RBI candle, so this little red bar inside. Entry there, stop there, and you would never have stopped out on the pullback. And I think that was a good easy 2R. Your first target could have been the low of that opening range. Look at that for the break and retest. Or you could have waited for confirmation, break out, a retest of this area. You could have taken the entry, stop below here. You could have scalped 1.5 hour. And if you're looking for a proper break and retest of the orb, which I do watch, but I don't watch it this late in the day. This is the retest. Your stop could have been there. Your entry could have been on the break of that bar there. And that's an easy 2R trade as well. So 3 good trades. Or at least 2 good trades you could have taken there, and when I was just playing this chop over here. So disappointing day, but look at it when you look back and see how easy it could have been. Makes you wonder why you want to jump in quick all the time. There's no need to get in on trades when you're not right. In fact, I wasn't even keen on this trade I took because we had reducing volume on the sell-off, and I should have even been in it. My rules are, if it's selling off, I'm only looking for increase in volume. The ORB had decrease in volume, and I stayed out of that. I had a bit of FOMO because it looked like it might have been working, which is why I got back in at this level as well. But it was a big ride candle, my entry was there, eventually stopped out. So that was yesterday. Today I'm going to really trade carefully because we're right stuck inside yesterday's range. Let's go into the hourly again. So we're right inside yesterday's high below, right in smack bang in the middle of yesterday's high and low. So it's going to be a tough trade. So for me, I'm going to be ultra strict because that'll be 2 losing days in a row. I don't have 3 losing days in a row. I'm going to wait for us to get out of these areas. That's why I quite like the break and retest, potentially the rejection up here. That's what I'm watching for. And then the break and retest short down here. Could watch for the bounce of yesterday's low, but if I do, it will be with confirmation, and I'll be looking for increase in volume on on the bounce and decreasing volume coming into that level there, so we know there's no interest from the sellers. And the same here, if I'm looking for the rejection, I'm looking for decreasing volume coming into that yesterday's high level, and then as the volume's decreasing, I'll be looking for a increased volume on a red candle as we're rejecting that area, and that'll be my entry. And again, I'll be rejecting it into yesterday's range, so it'll be a scalp more than a set and forget trade. If we do break out of this area, then I do quite like the break and retest. And again, looking at volume, I'll be looking at order flow and volume mainly. So I'll be looking for decreasing volume, so I'm looking for the volume bars to decrease as we're retesting that level. And then as we break out, I want to see increasing volume. In fact, as we break out through that level, it would be nice to see an increased volume there as well. So we know we've got interest from the buyers, lack of interest from the sellers as we're decreasing on the pullback, and then increase again from the buyers as we break out. That's the volume profile I like looking for. And again, most of my losing trades this week, yesterday and the day before, I went against my volume rule and they stopped me out. So there's something to bear in mind when taking the trade. Okay, SPX next. SPX, look at this. We drew this level in a couple of days ago. We're holding that level. We've got another level now we can draw in. Let's just see what today brings before we draw it in. So let's keep an eye on yesterday's high for a potential rejection, and I'll use that as confirmation on SPX. So if SPX is coming into that area and I'm looking to go short on ES, then I want to be below that area, not above that area, because it could add as a support. And again, if we're looking for a bounce down here, then I don't want to be below this area because it could act as support as well. And if we're below it and I'm looking for a long, then I don't want to be watching it if we've got resistance above. And I think that's it. No more psychological numbers. NQ, again, we can see this inverse head and shoulders pattern here, here, here. I do quite like the break and retest of yesterday's low. Ideally, if we take out pre-market low, come back and retest for the short, I would like to see that. Then that would take out any liquidity left over from this pre-market. Notice a slight increase in volume there as well. It's pre-market volumes, nothing to get too excited about. Again, bear in mind I'm not going to be in any trades past 2 p.m. I don't really want to be in any trades past midday. So, but apart from the Apex account game I play where I like to pass one and fail one. I've just got some comments. Here's to a great trading day from Charles. Yeah, I agree. Hopefully it will be good. No rushing into trades. And Charles says, I expect a sideways market until FOMC, so I will be trading accordingly till then. Exactly, yeah. So a bit like yesterday. Look at yesterday's market. Couldn't be any more sideways. It's not a very good day to trade, and could expect the same today. So just bear that in mind. Trade with caution. Bounce areas on NASDAQ. So I've got a rejection point, 24,556. You could always keep an eye on 2600. We weren't able to hold above that for we've not been above that in normal regular hours, only in pre-market. So this is a region to watch for a rejection. Let's watch 24,500. That's a nice psychological one for the break and retest short. You could watch it for a bounce as well. And then if I'm looking for a bounce, looking at previous, this is a good location there. Got a little bit of a volume shelf there as well. There's not much volume, so this is the next region I like. So probably this zone. So I'm looking at the zone, not just that level. And it happens to be 24,300 is our next bounce. You can't ignore 24,400 psychological number. There's not much there. Some people could call that a fair value gap. I don't trade that, but there's not much there at all. Lack of volume as well. So if we do drift down below pre-market low, we may not see too much resistance until we get back down into this zone there. So 24,300 is my only bounce area. Bearing in mind if we're down there, we're putting in, we've broken that flag, and we might be putting in a bear flag. So we could be looking for bounces like that. QQQ, we've got 9 minutes till the market opens. QQQ, exactly the same. I'm watching volume shelves for potential bounces. That's another bounce area there, same as NASDAQ. big void below, so we may not have nothing to slow us down. Again, you can clearly see this head and shoulders pattern. Right shoulder, head, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. And then we can use that then as a break and retest area. Break and retest. Ideally, we want to get below this 50 moving average, come back and retest short with the 50 moving average, this red line catching up with the yesterday's low area. And again, we can watch 591, 592 for the rejection. Oil is down as well today. Are we putting in a bull flag? We pushed up, we pulled back, there's not much volume. There was a bit of volume, but it's pre-market. Let's see what happens when the market opens. So let's keep an eye on the break and retest of yesterday's high into that 65 area. Otherwise, we've got this massive volume shelf. So keep an eye on this zone down here, 63 for the bounce. Pretty much all I like on oil at the moment. Gold is also down. You could say there's a head and shoulders pattern, left shoulder, right head, right shoulder. And if that's the case, then we're just putting in this break and retest right now. I do like gold for a short right now, so potentially watch for a short down into this point of control, 36.80. Massive volume shelf, point of control, big area of confidence as well, pre-market low. So keep an eye on this area for potential bounce point. You could scalp a short down into that area. Is it breaking trend like everything else? That's our trend line there. You could say it's showing signs it's breaking the trend, but you know, there's not breaking a trend on. Even though I said ES and that's that look like it's breaking the trend, so putting in that head and shoulders pattern, it's not breaking the trend in my opinion until we actually start putting in a downtrend. You know, we could just be going sideways. And if you know the 4 stages of the market, you've got stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. You know, we could be just putting in this stage here where it's a sideways whippy stage before we put in a downtrend. So, and if you watch Wyckoff, then you've got accumulation, and then you've got buying, distribution, and then selling. Something like that. That's the trends of the market, like that. So, and you obviously you've got reaccumulation and redistribution, like here. We've got accumulation down here. I forgot the official term for. I call it buying. We've got this buying area here, reaccumulation here, buying, and then we could have a sideways where we're distributing and then we're selling back off again. So that's how I look at the market, and that's, you know, it's a good way to see it like that. Gold's doing that right now. You could zoom out, we're in all-time highs as well. So bounce points, where do I like the best place? Apart from that point of control, this area of confidence, 60, 36, 50 area for bounce as well. RTY. Holding that trend unlike the others. So this is our trend line here. You know, it's roughly drawn in, you know, it's a zone, not a line, I keep saying that. Are we putting in this pattern here? And we're looking for, we've been tightening up. Are we looking for the break and retest of 24.30? That's an area to watch today. I do quite like that for the break and retest along with the trend. Otherwise, if we lose pre-market low, look for the break and retest pre-market low. We do have point of control, yesterday's low, and this all this region of high volume as a potential target. So 2 locations to watch on there. YM. Again, we're holding this trend pretty well. Look at that, that's a decent trend we're holding. That's our downtrend. Again, if we break that downtrend, we can look for the break and retest of pre-market low high. Otherwise, we can keep an eye on the break and retest of pre-market low. Nothing else really takes my fancy. We can watch this region here, 45,900 as a potential bounce area. I just noticed we've got 4,600 below, and that could also be a bounce area. So just watch that zone, that 100-point zone, 46,900 to 46,000 for the bounce. And then finally, Bitcoin. We are starting to see a little bit of turnaround. We've talked about this a lot. Inverse head and shoulders pattern, that pattern there. Neckline is at 113 to 114, where the point of control is. We've broken out a couple of times, retested it, and now are we going to break out through this 117? That's a key area. Watch for the break and retest of 117 long. I've added a few more to my swing trades on Bitcoin. I've been adding while we've been down here quite a lot, and I'm looking to add a bigger position in the next week. I just want to see it physically. Well, I'm starting to do that now. I just want to get over it, basically watching this pivot. That's what I'm watching for. So if we get over 118, I might be looking to go long for more of a long term, but at the moment I'm just adding down here as part of my swings, and I use my Bitcoin bit like a bank account basically. I've been taking stuff off up here, adding back down here, and if I need to use it, I need to use it. I'm not really using it for long-term investments unless I'm putting it back in again, which I will be. And that's it. Let's go back to ES. In fact, I'm going to flick back to the order flow screen because there's something of interest. Cumulative Delta divergence, look at this. So we've got the price is putting in higher lows and it's putting in higher highs. But look at this, the cumulative delta, we're putting in higher lows, putting in higher highs until here. And you could say we've got a head and shoulders pattern, a cumulative delta, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I don't really play patterns on cumulative delta, but if you were, you could say that's the neckline, and we've just done a break and retest. But again, I don't play patterns. It's not something I've ever really thought about looking for. But we are seeing a bit of divergence. So we're getting lots of aggressive sellers, and we've got the price has just been going sideways. So it's been absorbed by the sellers. Start again. So we've got the price is going sideways. There's no follow. There's no follow through from the sellers coming down. So there's a big buyer up there absorbing all this selling pressure. So either the buyer is going to be exhausted, and you can look at the footprints for that. When the buying finishes, so we're looking on passive buyers over this side, aggressive buying over that side. Once we run out of buyers, then we may see the price drop back down. But if the buyers are stronger than the sellers, then we're going to see it push up, and that's what we're watching for. But you know, we can see all this selling pressure right now, so we know there's lots of aggressive selling coming in. Here we've got minus 800 aggressive sellers. That's 800 more than there is buyers. There's no real divergences. It's just not. It's pretty low volume at the moment. Let's see what happens when the market opens, which is in less than 1 minute. Okay, so that's me done. I might come back on for FOMC later. Just bear in mind that the market is going to be a funny, could be a funny day today. There's our news events for later. So you've got FOMC in the press conference. Don't forget oil at 10:30 if you're trading oil. I'm going to trade and tread very, very carefully today because I don't want to have 3 losing days in a row. The market's now open. Just get my Ninja Trader back in place. So look at this now, we had this big aggressive buying candle and then the sellers are back and forth again. But on an aggressive, look at that, look at the buying candle. So right now, for many people, will be looking at this saying, "Oh, we've got lots of. This is a big positive green candle," but we know in that candle we've got all that aggressive selling coming in. Let me just highlight it. So we've got aggressive selling, but on a green candle, so that's a massive divergence. So look at this. We are seeing positive deltas though, which is good. So if these buyers are going to absorb all these selling pressure, then we expect to see it push up. More selling pressure coming in, which you can see both on the footprint chart here on the corner, top right corner, and also on the cumulative delta. That's why I find it really good to watch, because if you're just looking at the candlestick right now, all you're seeing is a green candle with a topping tail and a big positive green volume. But we know we've got aggressive sellers here. Look at that, how strong they are. And that that buyer, that passive buyer sitting up there, is he going to withstand the sellers? We will find out. So the buyer's still buying. So look at this buying on this footprint chart on the bid. So that little indicator shows there's exhaustion there from the sellers coming up. So potentially we might see a bit of a push up if the selling is exhausted. No large orders. You can see on this bottom left corner chart I've added the order flows, a bit like a bookmap style indicator. So it just goes behind in the background, and you can see where all the history of large orders are. We've got obviously the filtered, the yellow point of controls in each of these 30-minute candlesticks footprint charts shows us where there was historic volume, and it should align with the levels here. So you've got that chart there with a point of control, got that level there with a point of control. I'm not sure there's no point of control on that one there. It's just another visual indicator of knowing where the volume is on the chart. And look at this divergence now. Look at this, it's so obvious now. And that's pushing down. So we're getting no more follow through from the buyers, and the sellers are really, there is a battle here right now. Look at this, plus 346, plus 855, plus 1000. If you see that, a positive 1000 delta, you expect to see follow through. You know, that means buyers are in control, but we're not getting any follow through just yet. Sellers are literally selling into that level. So we want to see what happens next. Still got aggressive selling coming in by looking at this area here. So this cumulative delta basically shows you who's in control of the market right now. We've got aggressive buying, and notice when you get aggressive buying you should have candles, green candles, and then we have aggressive selling like here, and you should see selling candles as well. But when we start seeing divergences like this, then you know something's not quite right, and it could just sum up the rest of today. So let's keep an eye on this. Look at this. So now sellers are still in control, and the price is starting to reflect that as well. And we talked about seeing exhaustion here. But that buyer up there is, you can see, look at that heavy buying here. That buyer is definitely holding up these sellers, it's definitely absorbing all that selling. Because otherwise, if it wasn't absorbing the sellers, the price will be back down here to match the delta. So you can see there's absorption up here by looking at the footprint charts. And look at the footprint numbers, so left and right, and the bid and the ask. If they're both high values, then it's just sideways. So we've got 672, 473 there. We've got 544, 592, 368, 691. So it's still absorbing until one side gives up. You can see the absorption here as well. I might just add a little bit of a buffer into these candles because there's not much gap between there and the edge. So we're still absorbing up that area. So 66.73 is an area to watch. That's where we know there's a big buyer sitting there, and we could, if we do pull back later, keep an eye on that number for if we come back up into that area, could see the same buyer or the same sellers do the same job. So it's definitely been defending that area. Look at this for a big, so we had another, so we've got over 1,000 delta here, over 1,000, 1,100 there, but still with no follow through. So that yellow dot, that yellow line above indicates absorption, so it draws it in when it sees that there's big buyers coming in but no follow through. Big buyers come through, no follow through. We're absorbing, so the seller is absorbing all this buying pressure. Or it could be the other way around. The sellers, should I say, absorbing. The buyers absorbing the sellers, sorry. My brain. Because we know there's big selling coming in because we can see it here. And this is why footprints are great, because you don't see this information in a normal candlestick. You know, these candles here, all you see is higher highs, higher lows, but we know there's more aggressive selling in these candlesticks than there is buyers. So this is our first clue of a divergence. We've got a positive delta of a reversal event, but we've got a red candle. So there's more aggressive buying in that candle, but we've seen it's a red candle. So that's usually a first sign. There's a bit of exhaustion there. That green down arrow means there's exhaustion from buyers. So maybe the buyers are starting to run out. And obviously that yellow line means absorption by the sellers, by the buyers. Basically both are battling that out up here. We are coming back up to, remember I said keep an eye on that level 66.73, see what happens when we get back up there again. We've still got aggressive selling coming in. I'm putting together a new guide at the moment, a bit like the one you can see behind me. I'm not sure you can see it, the 15-minute orb, that one there. And the new one is going to be a footprint reading one. So it's only, you can get this on Amazon. It's nice to have a printed guide. Not many drawings and there's a few tables, but the new version, I'm doing a second edition of that. Just got lots of screenshots as well. I'm doing a footprint one as well, with examples like what we're seeing now: cumulative delta, divergences, absorption, exhaustion. And we're not seeing any good price action at all, just sideways. Like I said, we've got massive aggressive selling, but we're not getting any follow through from the sellers. So we know there's some passive buyers here absorbing all that selling pressure. And one or the other is going to win. So here's a plan for the opening range breakout. If the buyers win, then we're looking at a bounce area or break and retest long. I'd imagine that'd be over that yesterday's high. That's the area we want to watch. That's our rejection area as well. 66, 76 is an area to watch. And obviously if we lose yesterday's low, which looks like Nasdaq has already, Nasdaq's looking much weaker actually. In fact, there's a divergence. Nasdaq's looking weaker than ES. ES is looking stronger. Just looking at the hourlies at the moment. Let's clear that. Here we go. So we've got a little bit of a sell-off. We've broken the 5-minute ORB low, so I don't play the 5-minute, I just do the 15-minute. And if I might as well hang on for a bit, and if a trade sets up, I'll take it live. I'll flick over to my Ninja Trader screen. Let me just put my levels in Discord, which I should do every day, but sometimes I forget. times when it's not very exciting. There's times when I go and manage my swing trades. In the UK, if you're UK based, check out cmcmarkets.com. It's basically trading but spread betting, so you actually don't pay taxes on profits because it's considered gambling. So looks exactly the same as a normal platform. I'm just testing it out at the moment. I've been testing it out for a few months before I get comfortable playing it for real, but it looks a bit like this. So it's a trading platform, but instead you spread bet. Basically you buy on the bid. So if I want to go long, you do how many pounds per point. So I'm just testing it, so I'll be putting in very like 10 pence per point of movement. You're betting basically on that point of movement. So I'm not going to take that. Yeah, it works pretty well. So if you are UK based, I recommend looking into that, because if you can trade tax free, then you know that's tax free trading, obviously on your profits, not on your losses. And I'm going to start using this for some of my swing trades. I've got some small positions, and I'm literally got the minimal amount I can buy just to get used to the platform. Been doing it now for about 4 or 5 months, and you know, making £5 or £10 profit per position, but it's good. I did have a few. You can buy long and short sell, so it's a good platform. If there's an affiliate, I'll add it in as well. I don't know if there is any affiliates for this. I like affiliates. So look at this. We're now losing the 5-minute open candle low. I also trade Top Step as well, which I've got a couple accounts with, and I mainly trade NQ with that. Just logging in now. I missed the move. I treat it slightly different to my Apex account. So on my Top Step, I trade 15-minute and hourly charts. That's it. And Apex, I trade the 5-minute. So in the pre-market video, I said keep an eye on this pre-market high, yesterday's high area for a rejection, and look, pretty much spot on. I don't trade the first 15 minutes, so I wouldn't have taken it anyway. So the orb is now set up. We now have the orb, which is this candle. Let me flick over to my order flow screen. So the orb is now in place. So we're now looking for, my strategy is this. I'm looking for a candle that breaks the orb and closes below the orb. So if we're looking to go short, it has to close below this yellow line, opening range low. And then I want to see increased volume on that candle. So if we have a candle and it does close below, but we have a less volume, then to me there's no commitment from the sellers. So I'll be very wary of taking it. And the same if I'm looking for a breakout. I'm looking for a breaking candle on increasing volume, so green increasing volume down here, and then I want to see increasing volume as we break out. You can't always catch the increasing volume, but I want to see increasing volume, at least breaking and closing above or below the orb. That's one of my rules. And then this aggressive selling is insane at the moment. Look at this. So back to the order flow screen. Now that is definitely a big aggressive sell off, but the price is not selling off with it. Look, notice how we're no longer putting in lower lows, broken all those pivots, but we haven't broken any of these pivots here. So that's a divergence as well. So that's a double divergence. We've got divergence in price just here, this section here, and now we've got a divergence in trend. So here's, the seller's exhausted now. We've got a seller exhaustion symbol here, that triangle. Maybe that's the first sign. We do have an absorption symbol as well. I need to play around with the display. But that purple line below the selling candle shows me that there's absorption. You can see that in the footprint there. So we've got heavy buying, heavy selling on the bid and ask, and it's absorbing. There's no follow through, or lack of follow through on the previous candle. Not much. There's a little bit of a limit there. I know we did sell off a little bit, but look at this big positive candle as well. We had a negative red candle but a positive delta as well, so that's one of the first signs of a reversal. For the first time we've had an aggressive buying candle, well, since we had an indecision candle before, but this is an aggressive buying bottom tail. And look what happened, we had that little bit of aggressive buying coming in, and look at that candle to reflect that. So this could be a bounce area, opening range low. Again, it's not part of my strategy, so it's not one I take unless it's an hourly level. Let's go to my hourly levels. What did I say keep an eye on? There you go, I did say keep an eye on 6666. And where do we come up to? 6665, there you go. But again, it's within the 15 minutes. I wasn't going to take it anyway. Technically, it's outside the 15 minutes now because the orb's been set up. There you go. That's the two levels I said watch for today. Rejection there. A bounce 6666 or a break and retest low, so we could still wait for the break and retest low, and that happens to be our opening range low, which would be perfect if we set up for an opening range breakdown later. So that's the level, that's the hourly level confirmation. Obviously we've bounced off it once, twice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times today. One of them it broke through but didn't close below it. So how many times can you bounce off that same level? That's why it's a level I've got marked up, confidence area. So let's see if we get back down there. If the opening range breaks below 6666, which I would call it the number of the beast, but it's not quite. Then let's see what happens. Do you know what? I've not really been focusing on, I'm not sure if there's any comments or chat or anything. Go live streaming. Let me know if you're trading anything right now, and if you are, what is your entry? I'm just curious. Also, let me know if you're trading, if you trade FOMC as well, and what your strategy is for FOMC. I don't trade it, I just use it to pass eval accounts, so I will just have 2 accounts. One's a throwaway account, a disposable one. I buy 2 accounts, and then so I go long, I think I go long 80 contracts of MES and short 8 contracts of ES, just about 10 seconds before the 2 PM candle. And then in theory, 9 out of 10 times, one will pass, the other one will just fail. And I did the same for CPI last week. I've still got that. I've not paid. I've got the account. I've not traded it yet. That's a Apex Apex trading funding account. So I'm gonna add that in. But when I have a few losing days, I'm reluctant to trade my paid accounts. So I just want to protect them as long as I can. I buy the lifetime on them as well. So there's no rush to trade them. Okay, so if we get above opening range high, which is that other level I said to keep an eye on, 66.76, which is yesterday's high, pre-market high, which we were watching for a rejection, which it may have already happened, or it could be this, could be it now. I want more confirmation on a rejection, so I want to see a red candle. I won't take it on a green candle. I don't want to get in on this side of the rejection. I want to get in on this side of the rejection, and for that it needs to be a red candle with increasing volume, so I know we've got commitment from the sellers. So I used to short levels coming into those levels, and you know, it was a good strategy. So I was going with 1 or 2 contracts and then top up on the edge of the zone and then stop out immediately, but it was too much brain power. So now I just wait. I'd rather wait for a double top or wait for a better confirmation. So what I mean, wait for a double, this could be the double top we're waiting for. So I won't want to get in on this side of that double top. I want to get in on this side, which I marked up here, of the double top. So I'm looking for a red candle, not a green candle. Don't want to go short on a green, like you don't want to go long on a red. Okay, so we've broken. Let's go back to my main screen. If you can see my top left chart, this is my 5-minute chart, and let's go back to MES because that's the one I trade. Just in case I go long, I don't want to go long on ES because so we've got, let's see what rules of my strategy is ticked off. We've got above the mid-range, yes, just we're right on the mid-range. Have we got a breaking candle? Not yet. Will it have increase in volume? We don't know yet. So it's got to have increase in volume. At the moment it's less volume, so it's not a long for me. If you miss it, then we can always look for the break and retest or another entry later. Looking at order flow, we had this, oh hang on, 820, let's go back to, we had this delta divergence just here, 500 more aggressive buying and selling on a red candle. That's one of the first signs of a reversal. We had big volume coming in to a hourly level, so that's another confirmation. You can see the volume there, 5,614. We had a big volume there, so we know we've got volume coming in at the bottom. And then we've got, this is the reversal, we've got multiple cumulative aggressive buying deltas. We've got 4 in a row here. That's a good sign for a bounce. And look at that, we've rejected that orb, so we still didn't close, but if that closed above it, it would have been on increasing volume. So not valid, still no valid trades, no ORB trades yet. That was the rejection point I said watch for in the pre-market, 64.75, 64.76 area. I've got 64.74, so 66.74.75 marked up. There's yesterday's high. All the way up. In fact, I've got 2 yesterday's high. My yesterday's high is different on my Ninja Trader than it is on, because that looks at, where does it get yesterday's high from? Okay, that's about right. Yeah, just there, 940. So that's our rejection point to watch for. In fact, Trading Views got the high from yesterday as this area here, 66.76. But that's, look at that point of control area, massive amount of volume going through that area. So, you know, it's hard to find a long over that. You could take a short. Another strategy I've been looking at is the play in the ranges of the orbs for days like today. So here we go, we've got our rejection point. I may be interested in trading trade. We've got a red candle coming up. We've got aggressive selling coming in on the cumulative delta. Oh, okay. So this is our red candle. If it closes below the orb midpoint, I might be interested in taking a short. Or if we're just going to play this range, then I'm probably not interested at all. In fact, it's too much of a narrow range to go short for me. Really want to see it break out of this orb, put in some sort of trend. What's Nasdaq doing? Nasdaq's putting in a bit of a 3-bar play. It's broken the pivots of the pre-market. Look at that. If you look at Nasdaq right now on the 15-minute, you'll see a lovely head and shoulders pattern. Let me put it in, show you. Here you go, this is Nasdaq here on the right hand side. And I'm looking for, I'm actually actively looking for an entry. That's our neckline. We broke it, we retested it, I missed it, I wasn't paying attention. I'm a bit annoyed about. But that's a perfect break and retest of the head and shoulder. We talked about this head and shoulders pattern. You can see it on the hourly. This is just on the 50. We talked about in the hourly. This is a 15-minute. Perfect entry there. So could I get in now and chase it? Maybe. Just go in with a smaller size. I normally trade 5 contracts of MMQ, but maybe I could look for 1 contract. You know, we are holding that area there. Obviously, I don't want to distract from ES right now. But we'll see. I'm a bit annoyed at myself because that's exactly what I was looking for. Wasn't really paying attention. And this is quite good, the tilt on top step. You've got ES, so 51% of people are long right now, 49% are short. Nasdaq, most people are short on Nasdaq, and you can see why. 67% of people trading top step are currently short Nasdaq. Oil, 66% people are long, and gold, 68% people are long. So people have got more positive sentiment for gold and oil than they do have for Nasdaq and ES right now. We do have pre-market low just below, so I may look for a break and retest of pre-market low on this Nasdaq chart. Where is that? That's on the hourly. I can see it. I'm not going to rush into anything. But we are below yesterday's low as well. And it is a 3-bar play, so you could take the breakdown of that bar. So back to ES, that's MMQ there. I just took 2 contracts short on Nasdaq. If it runs, then I'd like to be in it a little tiny bit. If not, then I'll use that green candle. The one the trigger candle is my stop. So the ORB is now setting up. With 3 minutes to go, so we've got quite a bit of time. Be wary of yesterday's low just below as well. We've already bounced off of that point. Where's that come back from yesterday? Yesterday's low just there, 11.55, 12. It's weird because my trading view gives me different numbers. It's because I'm looking at adjusted and non-adjusted probably, because there's a rollover, the contract rollover. Okay, so 11.45, 66.61, 11.45, 66, it's the same. Okay, so what are we looking for on this ORB? Don't really like it going into levels like that. Firstly, it's got to be below the orb midpoint tick. That's one confirmation. We've got aggressive selling coming in. You can see that on the delta. This is the cumulative delta here below. So that's another tick. It's going in the same direction. We've got 2 minutes to go, but we're at the same volume. So potentially that's higher volume than the previous candle. That's another tick. Don't like the bottom tail candle. I want to see a solid red candle. Had I scalped the break of that candle there that I talked about a minute ago, stop could have been there. Could have got a nice 2R out of that move. So that's the strategy I was watching for the fake breakouts and the retests. But I'm still fine tuning it, so which is why I'm not taking it. Hopefully, maybe somebody else took it. Anybody in a trade? Let me know. I'm in NASDAQ short, just 2 contracts. Back at my break-even area roughly, so it almost worked. I'll be trailing it quite tight. Charles, no trade yet. No, probably wise. Tough market. "15 seconds before orb is confirmed." Again, not a big fan of this bottom tail. But it's a smaller bottom tail, so if you're going to be mechanical, I've put my order in place for the short. I do favour the short today. It's in a bit of an hourly 60-minute downtrend. And we're right at the neckline as well on that hourly head and shoulders pattern. So my order's in place. If we break 1 tick below the bottom of this candle, I'll be triggered in. I'm wary of yesterday's low below. So I could even just go half risk on that. I'll watch the volume of this candle first, see what happens. I'm just going to quickly flick over to the order flow, because look at this, in our favour. Aggressive candles coming in with the aggressive selling. So notice now we're starting to take out pivots, which is what we want to see. I'm 1 tick away from being triggered. I'm not triggered yet still. There's no big orders below. So I've not been triggered in yet. That's my trigger point. I think it's 1 tick below the low of that previous orb breaking candle. This is the first orb breaking candle of the day. But we're not getting much volume. But I've just been triggered in now. So I've got 3 contracts of MES short. And that's automatically calculated on my sim account for $100 risk. And then that then gets copied across to my other accounts. Some accounts I scale up 8 to 1. So every 1 contract I buy 8. Some accounts, just looking now, some of them I've got them scaled up to 4 to 1, some of them are 2 to 1. My paid accounts are all 1 to 1. Not quite the follow through I wanted to see. Nasdaq's still sitting there at about break even, it's not doing much. Okay, what did I say? Keep an eye on this yesterday's low. Look where it bounced. Lo and behold, right on yesterday's low. So it probably was a bad entry for me. Boredom trading. But it did tick some of the boxes. Increase in volume. Cumulative delta going in the right direction. We're below the midpoint. It's a break and retest of an hourly level, or it's kind of breaking an hourly level, which is what it would have done if it carried on through yesterday's low. So maybe that's not really a checkpoint, a checkbox, or a ticked confirmation. We do have a divergence there. So red candle but a positive delta. And then we have a negative delta. So I do like seeing the point controls kind of one below each other. And a bit of a pullback. Is that lower volume there, that same volume, and then point controls are below each other again now. So hopefully we can put in another low with the point control below today's low. Basically, that's what we're looking for. So we didn't have much. This is a bounce candle, but we only had 129 positive delta on that candle. So if you were expecting to get a big bounce there with big volume, you would see a bigger delta there as well. But only 129. It's not far off from being quite a neutral delta. We're back in a second. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. No. I should be able to. Oh, did you? Oh, okay. No, I mean, I'm on a live webinar at the moment, so I can't talk. Yeah. I thought. Oh, okay. I heard something. I thought something happened in the letterbox. Oh, no, that's okay. That's right. I remember. Yeah. So. No, I've got your details. I've not looked at messages yet today. So. Yeah, I'll find it. Don't worry. That's fine. You're welcome. Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah. So, right, leave it with me. I'll check your message. Maybe send me an email a bit later just to remind me what you want me to do. Is that okay? I'll speak to you shortly. Cheers, Ben. Back again. It's not very exciting price action at all. Back onto my main screen. You can see we're just right at the break-even point here. Still looking good for a short. Cumulative deltas, getting aggressive selling coming in. Not a big fan. So here we go. So we had increase in volume on that candle, on the breakout candle. We had decrease in volume on the next candle. So that doesn't give me much confidence. This candle, just mark it up. That candle there. So I really want to see increase in selling volume on the breakdown. And look at that, we bounced again on yesterday's low. Just if we can get through that area, we may see then it push down. And what's Nasdaq doing? Nasdaq's doing okay. I added to my Nasdaq a minute ago as well, so I've got a few more contracts. try to be as mechanical as I can with the orbs, because as long as it ticks some of the rules, it generally does work. But I just do one plenty of times where I've not got in and just watched it run. But there's plenty of times I got in when I shouldn't have done and just watched it stop out immediately. So we haven't stopped out, which is good. Got quite far away from the stop. Look at this as well in the footprint chart. So we've got a positive delta and a red candle. We've got point of control is below. Remember, so I like to see point of controls looking below each other, so it's coming down, coming down. That's a good sign that we're in a downtrend. We just need to break down through that yesterday's low candle. I don't normally look at the current footprint chart until it closes. There's a few anomalies here. There. We are putting in lower lows as well. Let's see what happens. Are we just absorbing? Are we absorbing? Let's have a look. So we've got some buyer exhaustion, a little bit of absorption up there, bigger orders, kind of matching the buying and selling. There's lots of buyers there, but lots of sellers here as well. And this is that area here. We've got buyers and sellers battling it out, absorbing. Just want to see, that orange triangle and that red triangle also means there's exhaustion from the buyers, from the sellers, I meant. So maybe we might, again, I don't normally watch the current footprint chart, I just want to see I'm not really getting the follow through I wanted to see, so I may just start to tighten up my stop a bit. We've got oil news coming out at 10:30, don't forget. That's what this green line on my screen is there for. You can just about see it, a little faint green line. So when I'm trading, I see a line, a red, orange or green line. It tells me there's a news event coming up at that time. So if I'm not too worried about oil, I won't be coming out of the trade. If it's orange or red, I'll come out of the trade. I don't trade news. Other than when I'm passing my eval accounts, when I have my news account strategy. So we're getting a little bit more positive delta coming. Look at this, we had a positive one there on a negative candle. We had a big 800 one there, so that's quite a big delta. You don't, 700 there. We don't normally see thousands or in the upper 1,000, that area, so we should expect to see follow through, which we're not getting right now. 8,882 orders as well, volume on that candle. One of the higher ones, the most recent ones. I'm looking at relative volume based on the previous 10 or so candles, but with no follow through. Here we go, taking out yesterday's low. Here we go. $66.44, what's that look like? That's my 3R target. Is that a reasonable target? Remember, if we're below yesterday's low, then we're outside of yesterday's range, but I still want to treat it as a scalp. We do have pre-market low below. So 66.40 is the next target, 50 and 40. 50 is pre-market low area, and that's where the point of control is from the last few days. 66.50, so we should really be looking, there you go, there's a big order sitting there as well, that green line. So if we can get down to 50, we might see it bounce around that area. Pre-market lows, that's a good target area to get to. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move my 2 order to just in front of that 50, 75. So if we come in, at least I get something, and then I've got 1 left, which is at my 5R, which I can adjust later. If we get down there, we may not even get there. So big red candle, but we don't have the big red volume to go with it. We're still holding this yesterday's low, we want to close below it. But look at the volume as well on that green candle. So we've had red, 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 increase in red candle. The moment we get our first green candle, look at the volume, much lower, much less. So it just shows there was no commitment from buyers at that price. And we knew that because we were seeing this absorption down here as well. And we was watching Cumulative Delta, which was selling off as well. So we knew there wasn't a massive amount of commitment from buyers. And we talked about this. We saw that big 800 Delta, but without the follow through. You know, if there's buyers there, they'll be pushing it up. Right, just updating my Discord. If you're not a member, I'll just show you. Oh, too many windows. As there's not much exciting happening at the moment. If you're not a member, every day I put levels on watch. Normally most of them do quite well actually, and I've got lots of other areas as well. Join that one. I've been putting in some educational content as well, footprint charts, and just starting to add to this, trying to build up a little bit of a community. It's quite a small community at the moment, so if you're interested in joining, let me know. And I'm putting in all what I'm watching on footprints. I've got loads more of these to add. I keep taking screenshots. I'm making my notes as well. So it's really good information. Order flow, break and retest, what I'm looking for, volume and stuff. So let me know if you wanted to join. I can definitely do some good deals, and basically any of the money I make goes back into servers, building the indicators. You also get the footprint indicator, which you see on my screen now, as part of the membership, and all of my indicators actually, news, events, large orders, so it's good value. I'm just setting that up now to make it easier for people to download the indicators. I've just got some new indicators to upload, and it's all through WAP, so there's a link in the description. And obviously small community, so I do have I've had a few one-on-ones and conversations about trading, screenshots sent to me. I generally don't message people, and so you won't get any direct messages from me, but I do reply to messages, especially if I know you're legitimate. I get loads of messages every day, people trying to scam you out of whatever. But I do, because it's a small community, I know everyone on there, so I can talk to you one-to-one. And it's good also to have other people to chat with, especially if you've got a trade and you want to get it reviewed. Same here, I do ask other people for reviewing my trades as well, and that's why I do this, just be accountable for everything I do. I started doing a YouTube video because I wanted to be accountable, get it out there, because then trade on your own is hard. You'd all be trading on your own, but saying it out loud every day really helps me as well. It helps me focus, and that's why I do the video. And I don't do many of these lives, but once a week I'm trying to do some live trading. Looking at the chart now, I'm not a big fan. I can see cumulative delta. I'm going to flick over to my order flow screen. So see, cumulative delta is still fading, which is good. So we're definitely putting in that downtrend here. That's what we want to see. I just want to see this also do the same. But we are looks like we're starting to run out of momentum, or at least go sideways for a bit. It's that yesterday's low, we're trading around that area. We've just about closed below it on one of the candlesticks. That one here. But we just want to see whether we can stay below that. My Nasdaq's doing okay. That's getting close to 1R. This is nowhere near. We're at 0.2 of an R. That's why I keep this sim account at $100 risk. So that's $100. If it comes back up there, I lose. That's my $100 risk here. I'm looking to make $300. That's my risk to reward. And that's why I scale up rather than, because I can look on this and see. If it says $20, I know that's 0.2 of an R. If it's $100, I'm at 1R. And then on my other accounts, I just scale them up. Just move it across like you can see here. So I scale up, and let's have a look. I've got many ones. I need to update this. I've got these are double up. Hit this one, I do 8 to 1 because it's my bigger account. So every time I buy one contract on the sim, it puts 8 contracts onto this eval account. That's the big 250 one I've been building up. It's doing okay. My paid accounts, I stick to 1 to 1. I've got 3 paid accounts on here. I've got one with Top Step, and I've got another paid account which I've not enabled yet. I've signed the signatures, but I don't want to enable them all at the same time, because if I have a bad week, then I have a bad week on all my accounts. And the ones, so they're the 2 basically I'm not trading, the ones I've turned off. These are ones which are converted into paid accounts. so they're not off, so I'm not trading them actively yet. I'm just keeping the accounts, and before the renewal's up, I'll probably get the paid account and then get it added to my account. I think those paid accounts have about 2 weeks, 3 weeks left before they expire, before I pay the monthly renewal fee. So just before the renewal fees are due, if I haven't already converted to a paid account, then instead of paying the renewal fee, I'll just pay the annual, the one-off cost, $140 it is. And I had a few losing days last week, so I chose not to activate them, or I've not paid the fee. I've signed the signature. You can keep them as long as you want, as long as you pay the recurring fee, which is why I like. That's why I like Apex, and that's kind of a little bit of my risk management as well. You know, if you're having a few bad weeks, you don't want to be trading all your paid accounts. So some of these paid accounts are in the positive, and one of them is actually in the red. On my older ones, hence why I don't want to activate them all or turn all my accounts on at the same time. So what have we got in the footprint? So notice this green box here. So this green box shows me aligned point of controls. So an aligned point of control is where there's 2 point of controls in a row, and it's more powerful. So that's where the most volume was traded in that candle. So it's normally yellow. If there's two or more candles in a row where the volume's trading at one point, it will join it together in a green box. Just makes it stand out a bit more. Obviously, if you've got this, you can change the colours in the settings for this indicator. So here, a little bit of exhaustion. Not much. And we've got 40 seconds. Are we going to stay and close below yesterday's low? If so, then it's probably looking good. Just want to take out these last 2 pivots. If we can just close below these last 2 candles on the 5 minute. And then I'm going to go and grab a drink. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, it keeps your brain hydrated. Drink loads of water. In fact, I bought a, you know, those office-based water fountains. Got one of them in my kitchen. And here we go. And I buy the big 20-litre bottles of water. I go through one of them a week. Obviously, my family uses it as well. So I buy 5 bottles a month roughly. Come on then, so now it says $50. I know that's half an hour, so we've just moved half an hour. It's a tough moving day, slow moving day. Look at that, just not getting the follow through we want as well. Could just call it here. Anybody else in any trades at the moment? Charles, still no trades? Here we are, that's my main screen again. That's my stop just there. My entry was here on the orb. So this is the orb I'm playing. And we're back to 0.3 of an hour. Very, very slow moving. I may not have had my main screen open when I was talking about the footprints a minute ago. So that's that green boxed area I was talking about. You would have seen it on the other footprint. Hello. How was school?
Yeah, it was alright.
Good. Good. My son's just come home from school. So yeah, so that's the point of control, the aligned point of control I was talking about. Look So this is what I don't like seeing. It means there's no decision. I've talked about the point of controls being below each other. I like to see it lower, 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 then up. And then this is a bit, so we had this aligned point of control, and then we've got one above, one below, one above, one below, and it's just zigzagging. So there's no, means we're in a range, or we're just not got any decision on what we want to do yet. But what I like to see is this high like that, and then a rejection, and then we want to see a point of control there, point of control there, all these yellow boxes of point of controls, a little bit of a pullback, and then on a divergence. So look at that positive delta red candle, so probably ignore that, and then they're all below, and then we're doing, and then the point of controls went up, above, below, above, below, above, below, above, below. So it's not great when it does that. So maybe it's time to think about getting out. Here we go. So we had a, what's this, a bottom candle? Let's zoom in again. We had a neutral delta, minus 28, not worth, basically that's a zero, so that's neutral. You know, the buying and selling is matching each other at the moment. There's no defined direction yet. And look at this, we're right back at my orb entry now. We've got increasing volume coming in, which is what you expect to see on a bigger size candle. I'm not too fussed yet. And Michelle. No trade today. Exit one option contract from MRVL when it touched 50 and filled a gap on the daily. That's good. Filled by target option price. Awesome. Doing other work, so listen to your live. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Michelle. At least you didn't say doing other work and I'm about to fall asleep. As I said, I wasn't too fussed about this candle because it's a bigger candle. You expect more volume. That's what you should see. But we just want to see where it closes. You know, the stop is quite far away at the moment, and it doesn't mean much in this market. It could just push all the way back up in a single sweep, take out all the stops, and then reverse again. And I've been there, seen that a few times. Been involved with that a few times as well. A bit of frustration. Be back in. Back again. Just need to get a drink. I'm probably going to look at some of my swing trades as well, and maybe take some profit on some of them before FOMC today. BTU's doing well. Heard that. Went long BTU on a bull flag. If you take a look at that, Peabody Energy Corporation, beautiful flag, breakout. It's doing okay last few days. So let's go back to the order flow and see what's happening. So we've got lower lows coming in, lower lows coming on the price. Are we starting to see it turn around a bit? Maybe. We can see then a bit of aggressive buying came in, but then lack of buying thereafter. So still not too fussed about coming out of my short just yet. 66.54 is our next big order. Where is that? That's down below, and I think that was, did I move my 66.50 pre-market low? So we know we've got a big order sitting at 6 pre-market low, so potentially that might show us a sign of where the market could be heading today. And you can see that here. Make sure I've got the right screen on. Yep, you can see that here. 66.54, 207 orders there. And here's a good one. We talked about this earlier in the pre-market. We've got 63.01, 300 orders. 62.01, 400 orders. 60.20, 500 orders. You can't tell me that's not the same buyer. So there's a limits orders sitting at 6,300, 6,400 and 60, just above 6,000. So is somebody here, a buyer, expecting to see the market sell right off into these levels today, where they're looking to go long on these limit orders? They've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1,200 orders sitting spread out over that 300 points. So makes you think, doesn't it? That's why I like having these large orders in place, because you get to see what could be the intention. You know, sometimes you see these orders come in the pre-market and it's just pre-market silly orders, but these have been here all morning and they're not like random as well. Look at the numbers: 63.01, 62.01, 6,020. So these are literally been, and it's 300, 400, 500. You know, nice round numbers at psychological numbers as well. Let me just get my trading view and see what happened at those levels previously. Okay, let's go to my main screen for a second. Let's go to the daily. So the first one is 6,300. 6,300. It's about there. Look at that. That's the area of confluence. This zone here. So we know we've got active limit orders sitting there right now. The other one is 6,200. Let's draw it up. It's like another psychological number. Oh, that is the worst drawing ever. We only have that bit there, so let's zoom out a bit. This is better. Let's go back to, let's draw it in again. So we do 6,300, which is about there. This region here roughly. So look at that. Come across. Oh look, a volume shelf. So we've got somebody sitting there. Let's do 6,200. That level there. Look at that. Big area of confluence. And oh look, a volume shelf to the left. Only little ones. And then the other one was 6,020. So let's say 6,028. This level here. Little rectangle. So it's around about here. What have we got here? Oh look, another volume shelf. Is this a coincidence? Probably not. Confluence. We've got a topping pivot, loads of confluence there. Bottom pivot. Look at these bottom pivots touching. Lots of areas there. Touch of a pivot there. Touches of pivots there. Tops. That's this inverse head and shoulders pattern. So maybe they were pissed off because they missed this last time. So they now got their orders waiting to catch that area. If we come back down to that neckline, I'm getting in. So maybe that's a a little indicator of where we could be going in the next few weeks, or maybe today, or maybe it's just speculative. And then we've got this area here, big volume shelves as well. Areas, of course, it was the original all-time highs area. Maybe they got a bit annoyed because they missed it on that pullback and said, I'm not missing it again today, so I'm putting a couple of levels in. So that's the areas where somebody's watching, or at least got their limit orders sitting. 1,200 orders in total. Makes you think, doesn't it? My MMQ's doing really well right now. I've up to 5 contracts on that. I'm just trading one of my eval accounts. I want to get that passed this week if I can. So my entry was around here. I added when it got back up to that area as well a couple of times. And it's almost $450. What do I need to pass this account? Need another $2,000. I'm up. I had a couple of losing days on that. So I'll just let that run. My target for that, oh, we're not far from target, it's $750, but I've added so I can probably, no, I'm targeting the gap fill basically. Let's just put some, I'm just spreading out my buys so that, a bit like you saw on those large orders, I'm putting my limit buys in at various areas of confluence. So if we do see a big spike down later, hopefully it'll pick up some of those spikes before stopping me without breaking up. One thing I like about Top Step, I'll show you what I've done. One thing I like about Top Step is, let's make it bigger, is every time I buy contracts, it automatically puts my stop in, and it automatically adds my whatever I bought as a stop as well. So if I buy another one now, it will make that 6 and make my target 6. So if my limit order gets taken out, it reduces that one down to 4 automatically. I don't have to think about it. Unlike Ninja Trader, where you have to go in and physically modify it. So that's my places there. Dow is strong. It is, isn't it? That's why I've been keeping an eye out on my Top Step account, because I've been looking to find an entry. Probably right now is a 3-bar play setting up on the 30-minute. Dow strong, as the bank stocks are very strong today. Market seems hedged, being cautious and seemingly waiting for the Powell's press conference. Yeah, indeed. So let's go back to YM. When I say it's a 3-bar play on the 30-minute, I'm only looking at the 50-minute chart. Okay, not quite, because I thought if it's taken out that pivot there, I'd be more interested in a long. But this is a nice bull flag setting up there. You could take break and retest of that, but you'll be going into that long, so I'm not a big fan of the long now, and I've just seen that, just zoomed out. But that's the all-time highs as well. I was just seeing that a few minutes ago. As soon as I saw these pivots cleared, I thought, well, that's exciting. Until I saw that pivot there as a gap. You could try and do the gap fill. That's not one for me at the moment. I'm also in, I only trade 1 or 2 maximum at a time. Going back to cumulative delta. So we're potentially seeing, well, might be, I'm not sure we're seeing a reversal at the moment, but we are definitely chopping around in this chop zone. Lower lows, not taking out the high yet on delta. Not too fast, not taking out the high on the price, and still not fussed about the where we are at the moment. Volume wise, it's not very exciting to look at. Look at this, we talked about the point of controls. Above, below, above, below, above, below, above, below. Oh, are we trending here? Maybe 3 in a row, but with no breakout of that low. Let's see how this candle finishes up. Hopefully we see a nice big red candle coming down, and that will hopefully break the low, today's low. But we might just be sitting here now until FOMC. And I'm getting a bit bored. What time is it now? 11 o'clock almost. I don't like trading past midday, which is 5 PM my time here in the UK. But I've just been going through some of my swing trades, seeing if there's anything I want to take off. There's nothing I really want to take out today. And the only one I'm a bit dicey about is the Amazon. Nasdaq's looking weak. I'm long Amazon, and it's at my break-even area, so maybe I might just close out and get back into it. Is that if I close it and we have a massive big green FOMC candle, will I regret it? Maybe. If I don't close it and then we have a massive big red FOMC candle, I will regret it. I will be regretful then. The others are not, I don't think, are affected by the market as much. I've got Kronos Group, Lazy Boy, so I'm short Lazy Boy, I'm short Moderna, and I'm long Peabody Energy. So BTU, I can't remember the tickers. The spread betting account only gives me the full names. You can search by ticker, and but it only gives me the full names, which is a bit annoying. I would like to see the tickers next to it. I know mRNA is Moderna. LAZ, is it? LAZY or LAZY if you're American, is Lazy Boy, I think. Kronos is at CRN, Cron. Obviously Amazon is AMZN. But it's the smaller names, I don't always remember the tickers. So here we go, that's what we want to see. We want to see some more aggressive selling coming in, and then the price closing below the low of the day. So it's today's low of the day. Let's go back to my Nasdaq. How's that doing? That's now up $600. Looking pretty. That's it there. Looking okay, that one. This is that 3-bar play I said with my little bull flag. If I were to go long on this, what would I look for? Obviously we've got traffic, we've got pivots above, so I wouldn't want to go long, but I'm looking for a reduction in volume on that candle, which we got, and then I'm looking for increased volume on the buy setup, which we haven't got. So again, doesn't instill me confidence going long. We can see reducing volume there as the price is pushing up, so that's an imbalance or a anomaly. And also it's not an anomaly because the candles are in proportion to the volume, or the volume is in proportion to the candles. So big candle, smaller, small candle, but it's going on. You want to see it's going up that way. So not interested in the long on that right now. And again, I said I wasn't interested because we've got this above. And where do I get confidence that the short's going to continue on Nasdaq? Volume is decreasing. Well, price is decreasing, so you know it's running out of oomph. So what's that psychological number? 24,300 there. 24,400 just below. So if we can get to 400, I'll be happy. I'll take one off. And what I really want it to do is there's that gap. And we've got this gap fill. That's kind of what I'm really targeting. I'm going to take 2 off, and I'll keep an eye on down here. I've got this. These are in place just in case we have a FOMC. I'm going to move that down even further. Well, in fact, I can't go more than $1,500 profit per day because then you're over the consistency rule. So I'll put it about there. It's a $3,000 limit, $3,000 profit target, and I think if I make more than 1,500 in any one trade, then you have to trade longer before you can actually buy the paid account. So 1,500 is the maximum I want to make profit. I don't think Apex has the same rules on eval accounts, but they definitely do on Top Step, because there's been a few times I've gone to buy my account thinking I've passed it and I've had to trade a few more days just to bring the average down, which is a bit annoying. But I suppose it's good, it creates good traders. So still not overly worried about the price action just yet, because if we go back to Cumulative Delta, it's still a bit of a divergence. So maybe this is our first sign of a reversal now. So we've got a bit of a divergence there. Price is increasing whilst Delta is decreasing. So can you believe I've been in this now for over an hour and I'm actually in the red. This is the orb. I think the orb was about there, wasn't it? And when did it break? 10:15, 10:05. Yeah, there. I think my stop's about there. 66, 68. Yeah, around about there it is. Oh, look at that. I'm coming up to the orb low now. Is this a break and retest of the orb low? Maybe. On 60. Again, not much volume coming in. You can see that big wide candle, that last candle, especially on the 5-minute chart, was less volume than the previous candle. So again, not overly fussed about what I'm seeing at the moment. And I'm back in the green again. So this is my break-even point around here for the orb. And the orb I'm trading is, where is it? That one there. And that's the low of the orb. I think it might be slightly above that. I think that's the high of the orb, just a bit above. And this is the type of price action I get really bored with. So let's have a look at my Nasdaq. Let's start taking some profit, and I might just walk away. Nasdaq's up $500. So should I take it now? Or should I wait for that 15-minute candle to close? Again, I'm at break even here. Should I walk off now? At break even. So the thing is, what leaves me wanting to stay in it is because I look at this 60-minute chart. Let's go over to here. Looking at the 60-minute chart, and we've got this lovely left shoulder, head, right shoulder, a break and a retest, and look where the point of control is, right on the neckline as well. So there's a few reasons why I want to stay short based on the hourly. And it's at levels we were watching in the hourly as well. We said keep an eye on this area here for rejection. Yesterday's high. We kind of got close to that and rejected it. Obviously I waited for confirmation. My confirmation was the ORB when it broke the ORB 15-minute. So that was my confirmation candle. So even though I say watch for 60-minute levels, I still won't get in on that level I'll be looking for other confirmations, and that the orb was my confirmation low. And you probably hear me say a lot, keep an eye on the break and retest of pre-market low. That would have been another one as well. So look at the footprint now. We had a big negative delta, minus 1074, top and tail candle. We had buying exhaustion as well, so there's no more interest from buyers up there. And that's, I know that because I got that little green triangle which tells me. And it just means that we had no interest from buyers. Look at that, 7 buyers there at that level. And then we were pretty much paired up. Just ran out of steam at the top. On this one there, we've got buying exhaustion, we've got green candle, I meant a green arrow, 5 at the moment, but again, it is the current candle. I don't really pay too much attention. We do have a negative delta as well, currently, and more volume than the previous candle. And then you can look at the volume on the 5 minute. So we had this, look at this, this is a good one. So we had this big green candle, nice big green candle, bottom tail candle. A lot of people probably get excited by that candle because it's a bottom tail candle, green candle. Look at the volume. That just means there's no commitment from the buyers at all. We know that because it didn't follow through as well. And we know that because we looked at the order flow here. And we looked at the delta. If there's commitment from the buyers in that candle, that would have been a positive delta, not minus 1074. I'm not saying we're not going to break out above that area, but in that actual candle, it lacked the buyers. And this current candle is a negative delta as well. I do look at multiple negative deltas or positive deltas in a row to give me confidence that the trend is in that trend. So if we want to see a downtrend form, we want to see a negative delta here, another negative delta, and another negative delta, 3 in a row, at least 3 in a row. We've got 2 in a row now. And these are just confirmations, extra confirmations, rather than going in blindly. So how many people do you think went long here? Bottom tail candle, going sideways, and then let's go long there, and now they've just been stopped, or they haven't been stopped out yet, but they could have been stopped out if they're using that candle, or if they're using a point of control. Me, if I was going long, I would have used the low of the day. Maybe that was just a stop hunt here. If we do come down, maybe we might see it push back down. And this is, we talked about accumulation and distribution. We have the selling phase, and we have the accumulation phase. And this could be reaccumulation if we make another move down. I've forgotten what I'll just remind myself what other. Of course. What was he called? The upward trend? I've forgotten. Wyckoff. Breakout, or the markup, that's what he's called it. Markup and markdown, that's what it is. So in Wyckoff's theory of accumulation and distribution, we have markup. So we have accumulation, markup, distribution, markdown. And that's the full phase. You can see the full phase of the market there. So now we can expect to see it go sideways, which is, I know it's obvious stuff really. Make that a bit bigger. And we're either going to see accumulation, and then we sell off, and then that's reaccumulation, and then we might see it do something like that. mark up and mark down. That's what I was trying to mean. I call it selling and buying and selling, buying and selling. Or if you want to simplify it, you can call it phase 1, 2, 3, 4. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Whereas phase 1 and 3 are always the hardest phases to trade. The easy stages are getting in on these buy low, sell high, buy low, sell high, and then same here. Sell the dip, buy the rip, sell the dip, buy the rip. Let's just do a volume check while we're here. So we had increase in volume on that red candle, which was less than the previous green candles. The previous green candles had less volume. So it shows me there's no commitment from the buyers still. So I want to see what we've got. We just finished the candle. So we had less volume on this red candle as well. Is there commitment from the sellers? We don't know yet. Going back to cumulative delta, negative values, we have two pretty big. Why is that fading? We have 3 negative deltas in a row now, so that's what we want to see. We've got point of controls, one there, one there, one there. They're in a downtrend. That's what we want to see. We want to see low orders, so there's 7 orders up here. We know there's no interest from buyers. Only 36 up here, no interest from buyers. So we know that's an area where buyers were not interested. If you go back to the previous one, there were no buyers there, but we had 177 buyers there originally, and we only had 7 there next time. Again, 36 buyers at that point, 489 on the previous candle. So if they were still interested in buying, they would have been buying here, but they didn't. And that's why I said earlier I wasn't too fussed about the candle breaking this trend, because it's all in the volume and the footprints and the deltas. The clues are there. We've put in a new low. We just said, did I just say that a few minutes ago? Are we going to be putting in a new low? We took out the stops above. All the people who entered thinking this was a long. We know it wasn't a long because there was no volume there. It definitely wasn't a long. But then there's no volume here now. So this is a sign that we should have taken our profits, maybe. But I'm going to move my stop probably. I'm going to probably keep an eye on that high there, that pivot. Because if we do break that pivot, then potentially we're seeing a change of trend. But let the numbers dictate. You know, I like the 3 deltas and negative deltas in a row. We had a neutral. This is only 57. So to me, that's a neutral delta. You know, I like to see a plus or minus 100, maybe plus or minus 50. You know, you could say it's a positive delta. And look at this on the cumulative delta chart. I'm flicking back to my other screen. There's divergence right now, so we had massive negative delta come in, lacking the follow through. We weren't able to close below, so maybe we're seeing our signs of a reversal right now. So notice how we are holding this area here. We're still putting in lower lows, so I'm still not too fussed about coming out of my trade just yet. You know, if I start seeing green deltas doing something like that, and then this starts turning around, then I'll be looking to take it'll probably be a stop, because we've literally just gone sideways since we've entered that orb. Slightly in profit. What's it? $15 profit at the moment. times that by 20. I'm trading 18 accounts. 18 times 15 is $270. Wasn't worth opening the platform for that. Huh. But then my Nasdaq's doing well. That's up $600. That one there, 580. Didn't quite, did it hit any of my target? No, it didn't hit my first limit order, 24,400. That's what I'm hopefully going to get it to. Do I like the price action now? Until I start seeing positive deltas hit in the footprints, I'm going to hold on to my short. I'm not counting that one. I want to see big positive deltas. Here's a divergence at the moment. Got a green candle, negative delta. Again, it's the current footprint, so I'm not going to pay too much interest in that. But we did have a big delta there, cumulative delta, and we're still down on cumulative delta for the day as well. Below the zero, was it minus 1400? I think that's minus 9,000. So we know we do have more sell side aggressive selling than we do have buyers at the moment. Here's another green candle with slightly increased volume, but it's a bigger candle than the previous red candle. Increased volume, not much increase. Doesn't, if you look at the size of that candle, it's roughly twice the size, maybe a third of the size bigger than the previous candle. It's slightly bigger volume, but not much. Like I said, I'm not too interested in selling or closing my short just yet. Not while we're putting in these deltas. There's another negative delta forming now. But I'm not a big fan of all these bottom tails. Bottom tail, bottom tail, bottom tail, bottom tail. Or topping tails. It just shows a really choppy market. And then looking at cumulative delta again. I was on that screen anyway, so looking at cumulative delta, we're still putting in lows. Still putting in lows there, we're not doing much at the moment at the bottom of there. But look at these bottom tails. Bottom tail, bottom tail, bottom tail. Looks, if you go to the 5-minute chart, it's even worse. So this is a 5-minute chart up here. Look at this, indecision, bottom tail, topping tail, bottom tail, bottom tail, topping tail, bottom tail, bottom tail. And we've got this negative delta on a positive candle, which we saw a minute ago. Still, you know, minus almost 1,000. And just look at my Nasdaq again. Nasdaq's doing okay. Okay, so YM, we also look for increase in volume on the breakout or the buy setup, so sold off. It should be decrease in volume coming down, increase in volume. Are we starting to see that increase in volume now? So maybe keep an eye on that for long. But like I said, there is a level above we probably don't want to be going long into, so just be wary of that. Oh look, we've been in this trade now for an hour, over an hour, and I'm back in the red again. Right, I'm probably getting close to closing my trade now actually. Seems very small aggressive buying coming in, so I'm still not overly convinced we've seen the bottom yet, but then it's FOMC day and anything can happen, so I'm probably going to call it myself. Just a very slow, choppy, sideways day for minimal. I don't think I've ever been more than $30 up on this trade per account. You know, some of my accounts will be scaled up, but I think it's 18 accounts I'm trading today. 18, yeah. It's probably a day not to trade at all. I will be trading at 7 PM, which is 2 PM Eastern FOMC, and that's purely on my Apex account. On the two, I'll have two accounts. One will be a throwaway account, one will be a account I want to pass, and I'll go long 80 MES contracts and short 8 ES contracts, which you can only do on evals. Apex don't seem to care if you do that on their accounts. I don't think you can do it with Top Step, but I've passed loads of accounts with Apex in the past, well, not loads, several, by doing that, so that's what I'll do again. It just builds up your paid accounts. You don't even have to buy them. You can just keep paying the renewal fee every month and just keep it topped up. And that's what I do. I pay the renewal fee. I've yet to pay the renewal fee because I normally just buy the account before the renewal fee's due. And I've got two on standby. One's I've not activated yet, so I've signed the contract but I've not paid to convert the account into a paid account, so they're both sitting there as eval accounts, which I don't trade. They're turned off on the copier. And so there's a discount code. If you do that strategy today, there is a discount code below, PB Trader on Apex Trader. Use my code. I get a little tiny bit of a kickback from it, not a great deal, a few dollars, but it builds up and it helps cover some of my costs of running the website, hosting the indicators and building the indicators and stuff, and the tools I need, the licenses I use. So I appreciate using my discount code or my affiliate code. And also, if you're looking for a trade journal, I recommend TradeZeller. Again, I've got a discount code in there. I think, not sure if I get money back or whether I get money off my renewal, but TradeZeller is brilliant. To decide what to do with this trade, do I want to let it stop out? Probably not. I'm not going to let it get above that pivot, I don't think. 66, 66, that's that key area we talked about. That's the area I said earlier in the pre-market to watch for. So if we break that pivot, we're still below the VWAP, we're still below the opening range low, so, and we're way below the opening range midpoint as well, so we've still got lots in our favour. And again, looking at this 60 minute on the right hand side, it's a beautiful head and shoulders pattern. We've got left shoulder, we've got the head, we've got the right shoulder, we have the break, or you could say that's the break. We've got the retest, and if you want to retest that trend line, look at that, straight into it. That's what I missed on NASDAQ today, that another retest. So we are retesting that neckline still, so that's why I'm torn. The only reason I'm not liking it is because of FOMC, and I'm just seeing this. We've got a cumulative divergence there. We've got two positive deltas in a row, and the volume. So we had a lack of interest there before. Up there, we haven't yet anyone gone to that point yet, but we can see we do have a little bit of absorption up there. You can see 220, 207. So there is some Sellers absorbing those buyers at the moment. And we've got a negative candle, or a red candle, and a positive delta as well. These are coming back down to the break-even point. What a roller coaster. Okay, well, I'm going to call it a day. I think I'm just going to tighten up my stops. Well, you know what? I'm going to leave it where it is for now. If it's a 1 hour loss, it's a 1 hour loss. I'll keep an eye on this VWAP, the opening range low. I'll keep an eye on that area. 66.44. That's where our next large order is on ES. So down here. So, you know, potentially we might see it push down to that area. I'm going to leave things as they are because I'm going to stick with my original plan of the head and shoulders pattern, break and retest, because it's in levels and areas that we've been watching. Okay, well, trade safe. I may be back for FOMC. In fact, I will come back for FOMC because I want to trade, try and get 1 or 2 accounts passed if I can. So if I don't speak to you before, have a good trading day and maybe see you again around 2 PM Eastern time. Okay, I'll keep the stream running live anyway. Any comments, suggestions, leave them below, and if you haven't liked and subscribed yet, please do that. Okay, appreciate everybody watching. I'm going to go away and leave my computer. I'll just let it be because I'm at risk of gouging my eyes out right now because I'm bored watching this price action. So time to walk away and not stare at the screen no longer, and I'll just hopefully see we get a bit of reaction later. Okay, thanks for watching. I will be back maybe around 2 PM or 7 PM here in the UK.